Hello, everybody, Nyan! How is y'all doing today on this fine Thursday? Y'all are doing well. I am a little tired. And I think I'm being affected by allergies. Or it's probably just the cold. It's probably the cold. If I'm going to be perfectly honest, it's probably just the cold. Because my nose is a little runny. Or just full of snot. But anyway, I have a plan for today. And the plan in question is working on 2.0 stuff. Y'all probably saw the title. And besides, I just kind of have what I have written down, like for my stream plans today. Basically just main overlay design and start soon, plus edit overlay thumbnails. Again. So, yeah. This is kind of like the overlay. And this is like kind of a pattern I'm trying to go with. I'm trying to like do something similar to what I'm doing with the shirt of my 2.0, which is, if I scroll down, y'all see it in the corner over here, there is un gatito head. But I'm just going to do a silhouette of this, you know, for the model. So, yeah. So, I think I'm going to have a symmetry. Wait, no. I'm going to do a symmetry over here. So, I'm using my Natsuki pen. And I'm going to be sketching very lightly. I'm just going to keep this as a bit of a silhouette. You know, like, I'm most definitely going to be using like a line tool in order to like do this whole thing, you know, for the lines. it's probably just going to be like one solid color all throughout. As, you know, this is just the overlay. I don't need to really add a lot of detail. But there is going to be a bit of a pattern. So, in the corners, I am going to have diamonds, like the Ace of Diamonds shape. Because y'all could probably tell that's kind of like part of my branding a little bit. And I probably need to like make some variations to my 2.0. Like for some of the outfits, like have some accessory toggles. Like, for example, I don't know if I'll do much with like the hair. Maybe like add a hair clip over here or something. Or I might like make a variation of my tail where I am like, where it like has a bow on it. Or I could probably like, for some of the flyaways over here, add like some accessories. Or like, since the ears are somewhat visible, probably add those to add some piercings with like diamond shapes on them. You know, when I remake them. Since I still need to do that. So and this pattern is just going to be a solid color. I'm not really going to be doing anything overly complex with the pattern over here. As you know, it isn't really like the main focus. It's kind of like meant to highlight, you know, all of the stream stuff. Because of that, and I plan on like using a bit of like probably like color theory or something, like, you know, what I did with the color concept over here. Right, instead of it just being like the raw color that is, you know, part of my model, I instead like used this pen over here with a decreased opacity to like go over the colors. There's over here. And kind of like, you know, doing it in a way that it, you know, is a little bit cohesive, but it doesn't like, you know, it's not like super duper clashy with, you know, the model. This is kind of like something you do with character designing too. You usually like pick a main color and you kind of like, sometimes you just like tint all the other colors with it, like depending on what you're trying to do. But for me, I am kind of like just doing this. So I'm going to add another layer and fill both of these in. Well, I mean, not both of these, all of this in. Words are hard. And yeah, that is kind of like the silhouette of the, you know, kitty. So I don't know where I have it. Like, I think it's in my favorites. Yeah, it's over in my favorites. So I can make this smaller. And I think I'll put this in like the corner over here. And I can add a new layer. I'm going to go with a smaller size for the pen. Yeah, I kind of wanted to keep a little bit of my, some aspects of, like, my original overlay. As y'all can see with my current overlay, I kind of just used the infinity symbol for my, necklace, like, choker thing. And I kind of just, like, did that as the whole pattern over here. And I kind of wanted to emulate it a little bit, but in a more subtle way. And I think that this here is probably the best way to go about it. And I just bring these up and merge. And I plan on using the diamonds as like kind of a guide as to like, you know, the pattern. So let's fill these in. Now we can delete the vector. And I'm going to use that color for what that looks like. Actually, I'm going to use the base color that I kind of been using, that I kind of like tinted with this color over here. So, I kind of don't want this to contrast too badly the, like, this is, if I went with, like, you know, if I, hello, how are you, not the butt. Yeah. If I, for example, went with this, which I just realized I made a mistake. Yeah, if I kind of like go with this color, it's going to contrast a lot with, you know, the rest of the overlay. Like the base color of the overlay. Like, if y'all like saw this pattern, it might like contrast way too much with the base color. But if I do this, it looks a lot better compared to the rest of the color or of the background. So solid color, and I'm going to do this. And I am going to invert. And this allows me to fill in this whole thing over here. So that it, you know, looks good. So, yeah. Bring this back down to its original size. I plan on using a line here to like, I plan on like making like some kind of border. It's not going to be like super complex. It's probably going to be like very basic. I might go with like trying to do a bit of a photo frame. I don't know, I'm not fully sure. I'm kind of like just someone that exists, that does art sometimes. So I think that might be a good like starting point. I do, of course, need to do the color concept for that. So that is going to be the pattern. I wanted to go a little more complex than what I was going with when I made this overlay. Like, how long have I been using this overlay? Actually, let me go to my videos. Because I've at least been using... Because I've been using this for a while. I think since I was, you know, At the very least. At the very least, I've been using this for about a year. I've been using this since like 2023. Actually, no, I've been using this since December 2022. So I've pretty much been using this for like over 2 years now. Like, literally the same VOD where I first used my 3D concept model for this model. I started using this overlay. So I've been kind of using my current overlay for a very long time. So I'm probably due for like making a new one. Possibly even overdue. So I'm also going to grab this. Not what I meant to do. And I'm going to bring these down a bit. So that I can do that. And that is basically going to be like the pattern. I'm going to try and do it like all the way down here. And I'm going to be using the diamonds here as like a guide for like making sure everything is aligned. Like, in between these two diamonds are going to be a cat. And then 2 more diamonds, and then a cat. So on and so forth. And then these diamonds and a cat. Diamonds and a cat. I did not mean to do that. But yeah. This is going to involve a lot of copy and pasting. So that is the pattern sketch. I shall take it out of the folder. And yeah. I believe this, I could just Control C and Control V. And that is kind of like what it's going to look like all the way down here. So I'm going to shift these all the way over here. And that is going to be, you know, this is going to be the whole pattern. It's going to be the cats and the diamonds because, you know, I mean, I could have gone with skulls or like cat skulls, but I need to find a reference. And I don't really feel like doing that now. I don't want to do that right now. Oh, to be specific. I kind of just wanted to do all of this. And yes, I'm pretty sure these aren't fully symmetrical, but that kind of like adds a bit to the handmade charm to this. Or like homemade the charm. Because, you know, I've pretty much been doing all of my VTuber stuff, like all of my branding stuff by myself. Nobody has really helped me with this at all. Like, at least I haven't had anyone specific helping me. I've used tutorials, yes, but I haven't had any specific people helping me with, you know, making these. And because of that, I've been just doing a lot of this, you know, all by myself. I haven't had anyone helping me too much with, you know, all of this. And because of that, I, you know, I haven't really had a lot of help with, you know, making all of this. And if I'm going to be honest, I'm fine with that. You know, I don't plan on doing any of the overlay stuff, you know, as commissions. Because, you know, this is only my, like, second time doing a stream overlay. And because of that, you know, I kind of, like, don't really have the experience or expertise that someone who would usually be, would usually do this as, like, a commission, or, like, as, you know, something that they're being paid for. I don't have that experience. My experience is mostly in, like, drawing, like, characters and character designs. Like, this sort of stuff is, like, pretty foreign to me. You know, like, as a creator of things. And erase this. Actually, I'm probably going to merge all of these down so that it's, you know, a little easier for me to make the overlay. Because this is basically just what I did with the overlay I'm currently using. I literally just copied and pasted everything. Like, I made the basic design, but then I proceeded to copy and paste, and copy and paste, and copy and paste, and move things around so that it makes a pattern, and copy and paste, and copy and paste, and copy and paste, and copy and paste. It's honestly a little tedious. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Because the repetition. is honestly, like, one of the best things. Merge and merge. Yes. Is that an airplane or is that a helicopter? I honestly have no clue. And honestly, I don't really care. And I'm pretty sure this is gonna end up looking wonky. Like, this is going to look a little weird. Or I'm pretty sure of that. I think that's... I see. I think I might need to delete the diamonds over here. Let me just see if I can just move that. So I'm going to use the lasso, and I'm only going to grab those. And then I am going to move that to there. I can now delete the diamond and copy and merge those down. And I probably only need to copy and paste that. I think I'm going to actually do all of that, actually. And, so I think I can probably like move not what I meant to do. Okay. So this is kind of like the pattern. I can probably like delete, remove the diamonds from this side. And merge down the cat. I don't really need the diamond and pattern. So, yeah. Also, I might, like, work on my Life 2D model in a little bit. Like, you know, like, working on the, probably, like, some of the hair stuff. Because I at least know how to do that. Like, that's kind of like what I know how to do. Like, that's kind of like the most basic thing I know. Like, so, erase those. Then I can merge those down into that one. And then oh. There we go. Yeah. If there's like anything I'm probably going to end up outsourcing in terms of like all of the work I'm doing for, you know, my model and, you know, my VTuber stuff. There's probably going to be certain emojis or stuff that I know I can't really do myself. Or like, at least not do it to the level of goodness that I want it to be. Because, you know, I'm good at drawing some things, but not all things. That I have one of my resolutions being learning how to draw backgrounds better for a reason. And that's because right now I kind of suck at them. I want to at least be somewhat better at drawing, you know, backgrounds and stuff. Or at the very least, figure out how to, like, make them look a little better compared to what I usually do, which is, like, usually, like, solid backgrounds. In fact, I think, like, one of the most complex backgrounds I did that I'm kind of proud of is this one, which I eventually plan on having this as a print on Redbubble. You know, so that y'all can have the bubble tea lesbians in your own home. If y'all so wish. And of course, I don't know if I might make any changes to, you know, I didn't know what I was gonna really say. But there is like one kind of piece that I have yet to finish. I have a lot of hours on it, if I'm going to be honest. But it's this one. I'm still not done. I need to add highlights to Haven. And I, you know, need to add my watermarks. But I have 13 hours and 26 minutes on this one thing. And I am not done. I think I might, like, I might try and finish this overlay over here. So, I am going to now be using the... No, that's not what I meant to do. So, I'm going to turn this layer off. And, like, I'm going to use the lasso. If I can do it correctly, that is. I'm going to delete the diamonds and the cats over there, as the, you know, won't be showing up at all. Therefore, I don't really need them. So, copy and paste once again. And now for pattern copy. I am going to erase the bottom diamonds here, as they are kind of like meant to be the corner ones here. The diamonds are like kind of like meant to be in between each of these. So actually, hold on. Let me go merge these down with the diamonds. And I'm going to erase these diamonds. And I'm going to merge them down. And this is so that I can, you know, do that. And, you know, How did I do that? I don't know how I did that. But Control C, Control V. I think that is good to alignment. Now Control V. And that is going to be the pattern. I think I need to bring these down by a pixel. Like, yeah, bring those down by a pixel. And erase the bottom diamonds. So, merge down that, merge down that. Now I can delete this layer. Now, let's see. I think I need to there we go. I need to bring those down one more. Then one more. And and up one more. Okay, that seems to be the alignment. So, erase. And erase. And that is going to be the pattern. I am now going to merge down all of the patterns. So now we have the pattern. All done within less than an hour. And of course, I am going to make a new layer. I'm going to refer to it as the frame. As this is, going to be, the line that is going to be, I'm going to remove the solid color. I am going to do this. And then that. That was not enough. That is going to be like the border. And I am going to grab the rectangle. And then I'm going to select all of the diamonds here and delete where it kind of like... Actually... I think I can just like... clip it. Clip that. That was a little awkward. So... this is going to be what the overlay looks like. Could I have made the pattern smaller? I could have indeed, but I wanted to kind of like get this done. So I'm going to save. I'm not going to save this as a PNG, since I might like change the frame depending on like what I want to do. But now I'm going to go do an intermission, as it's getting close to an hour total of the lifetime. So I'm going to try and recuperate. And when I return, I'm probably going to work on that one thing that I did like during Pride Month last year and never completed. I shall return! How? So, I think I'm going to try and finish that one piece I haven't stopped working on since like last year, sometime last year, I think. I I'm gonna go rim light. I'm gonna use this. So I'm kind of like adding rim light because, you know, all of their hair is like, except for like the low part, it's like pretty dark in terms of, you know, color. I might add a little bit of rim light to the hands too. So, I'm gonna do that for the pupil. So I'm going to use a lightish purple like over here. And I'm going to remove the rim light layer. As this is going to be the highlights. And I kind of like want to make sure I don't mess it up. I'm going to be using this color. Actually, I'm going to put it a little higher up. No, like on the hair. And I made this before I kind of like found that one hair shade in a brush that I ended up really liking. And I like to mention that these characters are like OCs for like a Transformers continuity. And I'm like kind of like a fan continuity. Which I'm probably going to like try and do some fan designs of the of some Transformers that I plan on including in my fan continuity. Because right now I kind of like have the human characters. Like, some of them have names, and some of them have designs. And I like to mention that these characters are like partially human. They are kind of like half an alien species. And their grandmother is kind of like a diplomat. Kind of like a bit of a lead diplomat. He kind of like has been helping the Autobots and Decepticons with, you know, post-war negotiations. In fact, there are some, like, some of the characters I plan on having are a little more obscure. Some of them only really show up in the IDW comics. Some of them, like, show up in other continuities, but aren't really much, like, there at all. So, I'm going to turn this to Add Glow. And this kind of like really helps with, you know, making the, you know, character's eyes pop. But yeah. There are like some things I kind of like have ideas for. Like, there are some characters from certain, like, continuities that I plan on, like, showing. Like, for example, like, Minimus Ambus from the IDW continuity. I plan on, like, having him, you know, kind of, like, there. He's kind of like the grandpa figure to these three. And kind of like what my idea for him is that instead of like being Ultra Magnus himself, like wielding the Magnus armor and all that, he is like an assistant to Ultra Magnus. And like, due to him being a mini-bot, he's probably like around 9 feet tall, or like 3 meters. So he's probably like small enough to somewhat, you know, hold like Magpie, Raven, and Jay as, you know, babies without like worrying too much. In fact, their human mom, Kestrel, kind of like views Minimus as a bit of a father figure that she wishes she had. And for context, their mom, the human mom, kind of like grew up in a bit of a not so good environment. So she ended up like leaving home. So, yeah. That is kind of like them. And of course, you know, they're all like neurodivergent. Like, they're all, like, some form of disabled. Well, Magpie, of course, has functional neurological disorder and iron deficiency anemia. So she kind of, like, has the brunt of all her siblings' disabilities. And because of that, she is, you know, kind of like... I actually made Magpie originally with no real specific disability in mind. It was when I stumbled upon, like YouTube shorts of people with functional neurological disorder that I realized, that kind of matches the disability that I gave Magpie. So I ended up giving her functional neurological disorder, simply based on the traits that, you know, she had. I feel like that could be, like, that is, you know, a valid way of, like, figuring out characters. There's if they have, like, some sort of neurodivergency or disability. It's probably best to, like, give them some traits, and then eventually figure out what disability works best for them. Because sometimes it's just meant to be. Like, sometimes sometimes you end up with an autistic character, and sometimes you end up with a character who is some other form of neurodiversity. But yeah. Not what I meant to do. I think this is probably, like, the most complex piece I've done. And that is not to mention all of the references that I kind of, like, made in this. Because there's quite a few. Like this iconic pose of Rodimus. Because of course I had to include it. Now I need to change Magpie's hair highlights to kind of like more better align with, you know, the rest of her siblings. That is, if I choose the correct color. Yeah. Something I've always wondered is that, you know, how would Transformers deal with a Zoomer? Or like a whole, like, group of Zoomers? Since, you know, a lot of us are, like, adults now. And even able to consume alcohol. And, you know, drive and stuff. Just, I wonder how they'd react to our humor. Like, how concerned would they be about our humor? Like, a lot of us are, you know, some degree of neurodivergent. Like, I feel like it would be a little funny, you know, seeing how they'd react to, like, they just realize, oh, there's something wrong with that generation of kids. And then the kids they mention are just adults, but the Transformers are millions of years old. So there's everything, all organic species are like kids to them. I just think it would be a little funny. You know, it'd be a little hilarious. So, I think I'm going to, use my selection pen. I'm gonna grab this color and write some of this selection. And I kind of just want to add this to like add a bit of detail. To, you know, the rendering of the hair. At least when I can apply it. Yeah, kind of just doing a side quest while live. So, I think I could probably, like, do that here? I honestly don't know. And of course there are, you know, a few mistakes over here. But, you know, it's probably like sort of negligible. And Ah, I noticed a mistake in the coloring. And I think this will probably work better with the darker shade. Okay. I might need to turn up the brightness on my drawing tablet. Better. I can see. Even though this is kind of like hurting my eyes. Like a little bit. I'm gonna turn off the rim light. And I'm kind of like adding this shading to like the ends. So I wonder if like doing a lighter color would work better, as it could be like a little more noticeable. I'm gonna turn the brightness down on my tablet more. But yeah. This is kind of like what I'm trying to do. So I don't think it's even that noticeable. At least on like the darker her hair. But I'm going to at the very least do this for Magpie as well. Because I want her and Raven to look a little consistent. And besides, I can always like change this to, I can always like redo that and make it a lighter color. It is something I can always do. And yes, I gave Magpie a dark circles for a reason, and that is kind of just so she can look even more tired. Like, you know, like visually show that she is chronically ill. Like, you know, as she's like regularly just tired of everything. Because, you know, that's the life of a disabled person. And sometimes, more often than not, you end up just being really tired of everything. Or just like, you know, it's kind of hard being neurodivergent and, you know, just generally disabled in a world that is not made for disabled people. Like, it's kind of hard. Like, really, really hard. Because, you know, the world was not made. The modern world was not made with disabled people in mind. Until more recently. But yeah. It's kind of just the life of a disabled person. We're all just like tired of many things. But yeah. Eventually I am going to add all of my watermarks. But I kind of just wanted to get that, like, a lot of this addressed. You know, like a lot of, you know, some of my older works. Because I have quite a few work in progress things that I just have not worked on in a while. But yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like my main thing. I kind of wanted to do once I realized it. Also, something I kind of want to do is I want to, like, redesign Fennel. I think I made his shoulders too narrow here. So yeah. I think I might need to edit this. Maybe it's like this shoulder that is kind of like giving me a gripe. But I don't know. So... So, which one should I do next? I think I might do my starting soon one. Because the overlay, that is done. I don't really need to work on that anymore. Unless I wanna. Then, so, like, all of the stuff, like, all of this stuff here is what I need to work on next. I feel like I can probably like do the raid and new follow ones since next. But I think that I might need to like I'm not sure, or actually. I think I might like I feel like gradually I'm going to need to like work on all of the things here. But this, the overlay, I can consider this done. Like, at least a level of doneness that I feel like if I need to work on it later, all I need to do is do like small touch-ups to the overlay. And then, you know, it can be considered done. Everything else I need to actually get started on. The hardest ones are, of course, going to be the starting soon, ending in this screen, and the intermission, since this is probably going to be like animated to some degree. I probably need to like I'm probably going to just do like a very simple animation, like probably like do it on 2s or 3s. So like I like only do a 6-frame walk cycle. Like 6 or 7 frames of the walk cycle. But then I'll probably have to like flip it and probably just, you know, redraw all the hair and the tail for like going from left to right. I could probably like make the animation like go in place and, you know, just like have it just like slowly move from left to right. And I planned it looking kind of like a game sprite. That's probably what I need to do, not gonna lie. So So New regular canvas. Save as. So I'm going to change this to thumbnails. And I'm going to get started on this corner. These are going to be very simple. And probably so these are going to be very basic. Like, just going to be like very vague, like gestures. So, so these are just going to be like super duper basic. Let's make that smaller. And Hmm. So, probably gonna, like... Maybe I'll, like, flip this? I don't know. And, I'm kind of just, like, doing a bunch of, like, thumbnails for kind of, like, based on what I kind of want to do. But I'm probably gonna go during the intermission soon, because I need to use the bathroom soon. So... these are the thumbnails. They only take up, like, a very small part of, you know, the screen. Well, of the canvas, if I'm going to be more specific. So, I'm gonna make a final thumbnail, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Alright. Move that. So those are going to be the thumbnails. And I'm going to go use the bathroom because I really need to do that. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Took a little bit. So now I have 4 thumbnails. I should probably label them. So these are all of my current thumbnails. I don't think I'm going to go with A at all. Because this one is just way too basic. B is based off one of the thumbnails here. But I don't know if I'll actually go with it. So C is probably like one. I'm probably going to go with either C or D. Like, I'm probably going to go with this one, but the hand might be a little hard to do. And I'm probably going to go with D, but I'm going to have to, expand it upon the thumbnail. Like, make a second round of thumbnails. So that, I can, expand upon it. So, I'm gonna do that. And now I'm going to make a square. And then I'm going to make a bit of a gesture. I'm gonna try and add a little more detail to this one. So I'm going to and the other eye is going to be obscured. And I'm basically going to be doing this. But I'm going to figure out how to do the hands later. And I think I'm going to like do something a little bit like this. So probably like have a bit of a more relaxed pose. I am, of course, probably going to so I think I'm going to do the horns. And I'm going to kind of like do this shape kind of for the palm. And I'm going to transform this. And, you know, I might do like some of the animation in, you know, Live 2D. I'm probably like some kind of like photo frame. I actually kind of like this one. It looks pretty nice. Now, the main thing I need to do is, you know, I need to make it. So I ended up going with the bottom right thumbnail, expanded upon it. So this is going to be what it ends up looking like. Of course, I might animate this in Live 2D be like mostly like the fire and all that. And probably like add a bit of a breathing into this. I don't know what exactly I'm gonna do, you know, with this. Because I'm probably going to keep like the right side of the face obscured. You know. Keep all of that, you know, in its own place. And yeah. I probably also need to like figure out how to like... Oh, I just realized I need to work more on my 2.0 reference. Like, I need to do a breakdown of the hair. Like, the hair, like, you know, like from what you can see in the model. So, yeah. In fact, I might actually go do that. Just... let me go acquire that. And that. So... I might actually do like more than one reference. Oh, probably for like... at the very least, you know. For like... the model. Like, I'm probably going to like... do something like... So... I'm going to add a new layer. So... this is the part, and it's like pretty smooth. There's a little bump over here. So... I probably also need to figure out how I'm gonna do the back of the hair too. Because it is also something I need to do. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna trace it. Because honestly, I don't want to bother. Oh, it's like trying to freehand all of it when I can just trace my own art. So I am, of course, going to have to make a version of this, you know, where it's like all of the back hair. Well, like all the hair from the back. Now I'm going to import for the full back of the hair. Turn down the opacity. I made that a little too small. And now I'm going to oh. I believe that kind of matches as well as it can. And now the one over here. And that is the sketch. Now I'm going to do the line art. Wrong layer. Also, the main reason why I'm kind of like I traced my own hair for, you know, the reference is because I honestly didn't want to try. I did not want to freehand it this time. Like that, and you know, it is, you know, hair that something I drew, so because of that, it's much more ethical to trace something that I made than something that someone else made. Like, it's way better to do the tracing with your own art than, you know, and your photos you took, than, you know, photos and drawings that you did not draw in the first place. It's just, but it's just a little more ethical. And I'm going to kind of retcon the hair a little bit. Like, I'm a little too lazy to, like, edit this again. But this is, you know, going to look a little different than, you know, the model. Mostly with, you know, not doing like the interior curls. In fact, I might like use my 3D concept model in order to figure out how I'm gonna do the back. Because, you know, I'm probably just gonna use what I have. Also, last night I was looking at some game dev software, including, you know, because, you know, it's something I kind of like need to do eventually. Or, you know, once I'm, you know, starting to work on Patchley's Revenge as like a game and not just a story, yeah, I need to have some tools in order to, you know, develop the game. So that are just like that isn't just the engine and that I am, you know, going to make the game with. That would be a little convoluted. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense. That would be really weird. Especially since I plan on like trying to make my own soundtrack for, you know, the game. Like, I want to try and at least pick the music and art I want to at least have make some of the music. And, you know, at least make some assets myself. Because I don't really plan on, like, using some... I plan on using some pre-made assets. At least in, like, the early he builds. Like, during, like, the alphas of the game. Like, if I ever do, like, an early release or something, I'm probably going to, like, try and at least have most of the assets made by myself. Like, make a good chunk of the tile sets, you know, on my own. So yeah, and it's kind of like what I plan on doing, at least for like a good chunk of the game development stuff. Like, my main goal for it is to have like most of the art done by myself. Like, I want to do most of the art, if not all of it, and like have most of the art be done, like, for all of the assets by me. I don't really want to outsource. I want to try and avoid outsourcing in as much as I, you know, am capable of, you know, not having to outsource. I want to try and at least do most of this on my own. Like, maybe getting some feedback, like, from, like, more experienced people in the world of game development. But, you know, other than that, I plan on, like, doing most, if not all, of the stuff by myself. Because, you know, this is, like, my passion project. I want to, you know, have the most say over what goes on. And the best way to do that is if I make everything myself. And I'm probably going to be using, like, for the music, I'm going to try and sample stuff from the public domain. Because, you know, I don't want to, like, I want to, you know, make my own music for it, but I don't know anything about music or, like, music theory. I draw stuff. That's what I know I'm good at. What I am lacking in isn't, you know, musical expertise. Because I was not a band kid. My brother was a band kid. He was in the marching band. He knows a little bit about music. Me, I was one of the art kids. I did art. And not much else. That was basically me. I was an art kid. Actually, no. I was one of the language kids. Because, I was, one of the students who was, in the program where you kind of like learned about languages and, cultures and stuff. And you had to take 2 languages in order to graduate. And I was able to graduate under the program. As I was never really interested in, all the, like, I was interested in, like, drawing, like, illustration was what I wanted to do. And that I, do. I wanted to, like, I make illustrations and stuff. I, don't really do much else. But I do plan on, like, trying to expand upon it. Like, I do a lot of writing, and I do a lot of drawing. That is, what I do. I don't do much else other than that. Because, that's just what I do. I mostly do drawing. Making music is uncharted territory for me. I did find like a software that is like apparently really good for making game music, even if you don't know anything about, making music, so I'm probably going to use that for, making the soundtrack for my game. Once I get to that point, that is. Because I am not at that point. I am not in any way at the point where I can, do like super complex stuff. But yeah, it is kind of like what I plan on doing. Because, the thing I plan on doing is first I need to finish up the story. Like, to a point where I can possibly, publish it, as an actual book. So, yeah. It's kind of like what I plan on doing. in terms of, like, you know, the game part of Patchouly's Revenge. And I know I did have plans, like, around the time I started to, you know, make a farming sim, kind of like based on Stardew Valley. However, I feel like, based on my current lack of experience with developing games, I think that is probably gonna be something that I have to do later. Because, you know, I don't think I can, like, do that with my, current inexperience with, you know, the medium of game development as, like, a way to tell stories. Like, I know nothing about game development right now. Like, I have no experience with games in terms of, like, making them and shit. So, this is going to be my first real foray into, writing it. Well, you know, coding and stuff. I've done coding before, but it's been a long time. Like, I was in middle school last time I really did much coding and stuff. So, it has been a long time since I did any coding. So I'm probably gonna have to start off with the basics. And, like, try to, like... The main thing I want to try and do is, you know, have the code be, like, as optimized as I can make it. Like, use as little code as possible. Well, even. Like, if I'm able to, like, have a game... The goal is to, like, have a game that, you know, runs smoothly and, you know, doesn't require a lot of code. Or, you know, to, like, make everything happen. Because, you know, I am inexperienced with coding, but I want to try and, you know, at least have my game be somewhat optimized. At least for, you know, a lot of, you know, things. So, yeah. It is what I plan on doing. At the very least, where, you know, the development of the game is concerned. The writing part is... The writing of the story is going to be significantly easier for me. And, you know... If I, you know, have the story be done before I, you know, start working on, like, any coding and stuff, I don't have to, like, really backtrack all that often. You know, for, like, certain things, like, I know I might have to change some things, like, for the sake of, you know, because some aspects of writing stories don't really work as well with, you know, a game. So, now I'm going to delete those two. And yeah. That is kind of like what I plan on doing. So I have a few things. I have like a few softwares on my wish list. I added, you know, when I added them. So one of the things I added is just like miscellaneous. It's just this sound pad. Then there's 1-Bit Dragon, which is basically one of the easiest softwares for making music. You can even like import images and like draw over, you know, all of it. Then there is Esprite, which is basically a pixel tool for, you know, it's a pixel art tool for making 2D animation sprites and game graphics. And it allows you to export and import sprite sheets. And then there's Pixel Over, which is early access. And basically, it allows you to like do animations and stuff. Like bones and keyframe animations. And like puppeting. Which is kind of like what I do with, you know, what we do with VTuber models. This is, you know, puppeting. As, you know, it's, you know, technically it could be considered in-betweening or like tweening, as it's usually referred to in the animation sphere. But, yeah. That is, you know, kind of like what it looks like. Ugh. So, yeah. And I know I have my overlay concept. So I did hit the thumbnail for, you know, these starting soon. I'm probably going to like use like this or something for the ending screen. So I think the next thing I'm going to do is going to either be the alerts or the panels. Like, in terms of, like, making sketches for everything. But first I must stretch. Ugh. Before I must stretch. I probably need to, like, eventually, like, probably, like, I don't know when I'm going to be getting to affiliate. Probably, like, if I'm hopeful, like, sometime around this year. Or because, you know, not monetized or anything. I'm not an affiliate, so I can't really monetize my content. And therefore, I don't, you know, have the ability for, like, subscriptions and, you know, emotes in Twitch. Because of that, I don't think I'm going to do a subscriber alert anytime soon. Because I want to be a little realistic here with, you know, the fact that I am nowhere near affiliate yet. And the main thing is I don't really have a lot of good viewer retention. Like, maybe I need to change my tags and stuff. Or maybe it's because, like, only recently I was able to finally do lip syncing for my model. Or just my rig is kind of like bleh. Like, the bangs are not rigged. The only part of the hair that is really rigged is, you know, all the curls. And that it only really applies with physics. So, I'm probably going to, like, try and, like, probably, like, before I start doing all of my, you know, warps for, like, all of my head tilt parameters, I'm probably going to try and, you know, do some of the, you know, warps for the hair. At the very least. Actually, I'm going to get out Live TD. And let's give it a moment. So I did all of his stuff, like, yesterday. I did all of this last night. And this is, like, all of the hair. Breath is, you know, like, physics thing. fact, I'm going to... Wait, no. That is a parameter. So... something I need to do is I need to make some of these parameters. I need to make a few more of them. So... parameter settings. So... So... the move front, side, and back is basically just this, you know, doing left and right. And I think I might need to do a bit of like... I might need to go look at some of the tutorials. In fact... So... So, basically, so this is when it moves to the left, and this is when it moves to the right. If y'all are looking at the bottom left corner of the screen. -1, this goes to the right. +1, this goes to the left. So... I think I might be able to do some of this. I'm going to make a warp deformer for just the side curl. And that is the layer clipped on. So I'm going to go name all of these, you know, deformers. Wait, no, not deformers, meshes. And I wanted to try and get that out of the way. So I'm also going to do a mesh for the curls. I'm just going to do a standard mesh for now. I can always, you know, change this later. That, and, you know, I'm probably going to add a few more, like, toggles. No, not toggles, folders with some parameters. So that, you know, I can do some physics with, you know, the, you know, like, basically, these are just the toggles. So for, like, all of the, you know, arm toggles. In fact, I'm going to make a new one. So, this is... So, if I unlock the eyes, I need to go to the right eye, and this is allergy shiners off. So default for this is going to be 0, and then at 1, they are no longer there. And now I must apply that to the left one. So when I, like, if I ever, you know, get to affiliate, I'm probably going to make, like, this a redeem. Like, probably name it something like wake up or something. Like, basically, this is going to be, you know, one of the toggles that y'all can redeem for the model. And another one that I'm probably going to do is, you know, oh, you can redeem the hold toggle so that I can, like, hold Soupy. In fact, I might, like, probably, like, once I, you know, am no longer in my, once my semester ends, I might, like, do a poll, because I plan on, like, with the way I, you know, configured the toggle here with, like, so right now, so with how I drew this, I am, you know, so I should probably put all of this under a warp deformer. And then I'm going to make this the thumb deformer. And this is going to be the index. middle. Green finger. And now, pinky. So... I'm going to grab all of that and have that be the arm. So that is the whole... So this is the whole warp deformer. This is specifically just the plush, which eventually I will make a toggle. Make the... Once I have, more than just Subi as, one of the plushes, I will make this a toggle where you can, I can, change this from, Subi to another character. Like, maybe mode. Would, probably like the cat that represents chat. But in plush form. Or probably just something else. I'm going to also make that. Tail. And then body. And I'm going to put those under a warp deformer body and tail. Nope. Body and tail. That's not really gonna work. So, my idea for the tail is that this is going to be under a warp deformer. So... I'm going to do a heavy deformer. Actually, no, I'm going to do a standard deformation. And then once, I can, manually edit this. Manually edit the meshes so that they are closer to the tail. And I will do what I did with, my current, tail. In fact, I'm going to add... So... these are going to be just all of the points of, you know, all of the points of, like, I am probably going to, like, so I am going to make a bunch of edits to the mesh. So I am going to do this all around. Like, all throughout the warp. So this is just what I'm gonna be doing. That's not what I meant to do. And this is so the most important thing is, you know, the tip of the tail. I'm probably going to add the most deformers to this specifically. So that, you know, I'm kind of like able to like work on all this. So that I can, you know, this is basically just like what I am trying to do. And I am going to Alright. So I'm going to add a bunch of deformers, like add a dot over there. And over there too. This is basically just going to be a whole lot of like points and vertices. So I'm going to add another here. So I honestly, if anyone's asking, do I know what I'm doing? The answer is I do not, for the most part, know what I'm really doing. So, something I want to try to do with my, you know, like, something I want to try with, like, my, model is that I want to try and at least try and use, like 3D expression, but I'm going to have to figure out a tutorial on how to do all of that. So that's kind of like what I need to do. And yeah, I also plan on like trying to make a 3D head based on, you know, my model, and like using that a little to like figure out how I'm going to do the head, because that's kind of like something I need to do. Like, I need to figure out how I'm gonna do the head. And, you know, just everything that, you know, needs doing. And I kind of need to do. But yeah. I guess it's kind of like what I plan on doing. And for anyone wondering, wow, that is a lot of vertices. It's kind of like purposeful. I don't really want to rely on the, you know, auto mesh for this. Like, I kind of want to do some of this myself. Because I know for some of the stuff I do, like with my model, I kind of like do it myself already. So I probably need to learn how to do that for like all the other parts of my model that are, you know, probably going to be a little hard for Live 2D to, you know, do by itself. To just, let's just say that. I remember when I first, like, tried to use the, like, I tried to use the automatic deformer for, like, my cleft palette in Live 2D. It did not work, let's just say that. Like, at all, it didn't really work all that well. I ended up having to mesh it myself. But eventually I did figure out how to like do that. So I might actually make a video like explaining how to like make a cleft palette in Live 2D. If like you are making a character that has a cleft palette. Like, especially since, you know, if someone ever makes a model of any of like the characters in my story Patchley's Revenge, they might end up doing Fennel. And Fennel has a cleft palette, which is probably going to be a little hard for, you know, someone who, you know, doesn't really know what cleft palettes really, if they don't know a lot about, you know, cleft palettes and stuff. Since cleft palettes are very, very rare. In fact, I never met anyone else in real life who has one. Like, it's that rare. I think there's like one celebrity who has one, but I don't really know. But yeah, it is like, you know, something I have. So probably like, if I ever decide to like make a tutorial for like Live 2D, I'm probably going to make one about how to make like a cleft palette hit or cleft lip scar, you know, in Live, and how to rig it in Live 2D. I probably need to like make a script though, which I can probably like do like, I have a bunch of Some scripts for like YouTube Shorts already. Like, so I think I'm going to look. Oh yes, I made this over a year ago. So there's like a few that I have. I might like remove some of them. Like, there's one explaining why I go by a nickname, but that's probably not all that entertaining. There's another that is just titled, "Why is the drinking age in the US 21? And how I Pavlov myself." And a story about high school. There's a duality thing, like involving my birthday, and birthdays and Christmas, and my really weird ass scalp, because it's kind of weird, like pretty abnormal even. So I think I'm going to add a few more folders, because I want to try and at least have some of these, you know, in the, you know, different like categories or something. Wait, why is the face deformer like that? Why was it like that? I do not know. So I'm going to have that be like the face deformer. And that is like full body, which I am also going to crop. I don't really need to do a lot. Which I just need to do that. So that is, now I'm going to do this. No. I'm probably going to, make this similarly sized to, the main deformer. So I'm going to Do a standard deformation on the trapezius. Heavy deformation for the chest, which is not really shown anyway. So I'm going to move this up, or at the very least, the first two. I'm going to label this as red, and this green. This shall be orange. Actually, I'm gonna have that as yellow. So I'm going to rename this as... Not what I meant to do. That is... So... I'm going to name this as the tail. So I'm going to make this blue, as that is kind of like the general color of, you know, the rebridger application. That is gonna be the body. So, I think I'm going to open up my current model that I'm using right now. So, this is kind of like just the tail deformer rotations, which is kind of just like the rotations are like over there, which I probably need to do. I'm going to change this as change that to the tail folder. So everything involving the tail goes in there. Same idea is already used. Tail warp. Bane's warp. Mouth warp. Front Bane's warp. Face warp. Full body warp. Hair warp. And art hand warp. You know, not the former. Warp. Horns warp. Wait, no. So... So... And... Our... Nemo up? So, there's some things I probably need to add, which is I probably need to, like, add the tongue. Like, am I making a new VTuber? Well, technically a new model for my, you know, me. That is kind of like what I'm doing right now. Tongue folder. Tongue. Not to... Why is my VTuber so caked up? Well... It's simple. Because I'm fat. Probably like one of the... Like... Probably one of the weirder her replies. I kind of like just based her off of, you know, my own body. Like, you know, the IRL me. So she has a bit of pudge, a bit of fluff here and there. That's not fat. Well, medically it is. Has like cute chubby. I mean, I'm still like 200 something pounds. But, you know, it is kind of like what I doing. Ooh, no. But yeah, I myself got a bit of chub, so I added that chub to both of my models. And I kind of just, I don't know. So... Alright. But yeah. So... 3 by 3. So... it's kind of like... goes to the left. Not what I meant to do. So that goes to the left. And to the right. And that is probably like looking good for now. I will eventually like refine this movement. Wait, I did even do the mesh generation. I wonder why it looked a little strange. Because I didn't even do any of the deformations. I did not do the deforms. Alright. Just a little hair shimmy. This is kind of like a physics thing. At least I believe it is. I did not mean to open that up. Ugh. So I have like... So... that movement is done. And... I might like do like a little more specific movement. Like, I like make individual warp deformers for all of these. You know, all of the bane parts so that I can like control a bit more of this movement, which I'm mostly like using shift and moving it like that. So let me go Alright. I believe I did all of the warps here. So one of the things I'm probably gonna do here is like I'm probably going to like have the side curl have a separate left and right as well. Mostly so that, you know, it all looks different. And, you know, looks a little more unique. So, yeah. This is kind of like what I'm doing. I, of course, need to do the physics for the toggles, but I can do some of those later. So, for the hair, I am going to increase the amount of Bezier divisions. I'm going to do a 4x4. Because that allows me to have the most amount of control over, like, all of the points. Of, you know, movement. And I am eventually going to, you know, probably like edit these parameters so that they are, you know, different. Like, for example, this, I'm probably going to change this to hair move top and change that to hair move center, and then hair move tips. And that's not what I meant to do. So I'm going to lock the arm toggles in full body, as I do not need to do any of that right now. And basically, I'm going to lock these as well. Like all of the deformers I am currently not working on. So there is one thing I need to do, and I think that's like the jaw. However, I plan on like adding a like base tongue that I kind of have, you know, on my current model, but I do not currently have on the model I'm, you know, rigging right now. But yeah, that is kind of like what I'm doing. I'd like to mention that even though I, have worked on Live 2D models before, like I literally made this model last year in Live 2D with like all of the bells and whistles and everything, or at least the best I could. I am still like missing things that I am, adding onto, this model. Like, the movement I did for the hair just now, I do not have that on my current model. This is like entirely new. I don't really plan on like adding any more rigging to my 1.0. As I plan on retiring the model eventually with, like all of that stuff. Right now, what I plan on doing is, all of the hair and stuff. Which is today, I probably am going to do like all the curls before, like all of the hair and like tail stuff before I get started on any of the head movements. Like the head X and Y, I can do that later. And yeah, that is kind of like something I need to do. Basically, I am planning on like doing certain things, with this model, because this is probably going to be like my new main model, and I made it so that I can add additional outfits and stuff to it, which means I can probably like do certain things that I couldn't really do with my 1.0. And besides, the current model I'm using right now, there's some issues I have. Like, if I open up my current model, one of the main issues I kind of have is that I have the mouth way too low on the head. Like, this causes some issues with, my model and stuff. And, because of, like, all of that, and there's, a lot of things that I, did not really do all that well. Like, there is basically no movement down on the lower half of the body except for the tail. And then again, you can't always see the tail because it is, down, and I usually only show like the top half, like from here up. That is what y'all see of my model. And besides, a lot of things that I did here are like very last minute. Like, this model wasn't even complete when I debuted it because I kind of rushed it. Like, I was literally having scuff with my model when I exported it, and while I was, live, ready for debuting the model. Because I didn't realize that I had to change the resolution on the texture atlas. So that is like something I changed in my 2.0. the mouth now sits a little higher on the face, and just this has a lot more detail. Well, compared to, you know, this model. So it does not have, like, all of the accessories. I plan on eventually adding, like, some accessories. And there's also one thing about the model that I probably should show y'all. Like, y'all can probably see this, but I made the neck way too long. Like, this is really weird and uncanny. Like, this is weird. Like, this is way too long. So it's like very long and thin. So I ended up fixing it with, you know, this model. I made the neck a little stubbier. But yeah. So I'm probably going to add, like, I'm going to add a little bit of physics to the tail. And basically this is like, if I go here, so if I like use my eye physics as a reference, that is kind of like the plan for, you know, what I'm doing with the physics here. So this I kind of like do that. It's a little subtle. Like, it's kind of like meant to be a little subtle. And that is going to be now reset that. So I'm going to do this bit for the like, so the tail, the Y is just going to be like, and then I make this go down. So make it kind of like go down. And yeah, I kind of like wanted to add some extra physics, like to the tail. You know, I don't know how, like, if I'm even going to use those parameters at all. But it's probably going to look a little more cohesive, you know, once I, you know, do all the rotation deformers. But yeah, that's kind of like all of what I plan on doing. So and so I'm adding the parameters, and I'm going to add Bezier divisions, like more of them to like over here. So that is going to, I'm going to reflect that motion. Also, I should probably like turn off the tongue. It's looking a little stilly. So I'm also going to add another, so and add the parameters. I'm going to use shift in order to like oh. I forgot to add all of the art mesh to this. Oopsie. Just standard deformation. So I'm going to add a little thing, like how to kind of like Like that. Now, reflect motion. And now we kind of like do this. I'm not going to do it like do terribly much. I'm just going to lightly deform from the hair over here. I'm going to like just do this. And then it goes up. Like that. And just doing this. So those are the physics, at least for the extent, for, you know. I'm probably going to separately make separate deformers for each of the bangs. And now this is mostly so that when I do the X physics, they, you know, look, you know, a little more cohesive. So I'm going to add a new parameter. And press OK. I'm going to be adding both of these. And this I am going to press Alt, you know, Shift. Alt. And that is the, wait, no. And this is meant to be wider. Oopsies. So those are the physics. I'm going to now go into physics settings. And I'm going to go Here we go. So I'm going to add the output here is going to be, I shall add a pendulum. I am going to now add the front bang physics. So I'm going to have these on a scale of 25. And input, I am going to have it be angle X and Y. So I'm going to have the effectiveness set at 50. And now this is what it kind of looks like. You know, very bouncy. So I'm going to decrease this to 25. And that is kind of like what the physics are gonna look like. Of course, once I, do all the X and Y's, I'm going to add, some of the hair movements as well. Oh, and do the pendulum. Of course, this does look a little weird, and that is, of course, because I have not done any of the head, X and Y, and Z yet. I have not done any of that at all. And because of that, this is going to look, slightly weird. But that is going to be, what I do. So, recap of today's stream. We completed the new overlay for my 2.0. We did thumbnails and hit up a concept for the new starting soon screen. We made progress on something I made back in June of last year. And we added a bunch of things to the 2.0, including some physics. And of course, eventually, probably later tonight, maybe probably after I have my dinner or something, I am going to probably work on, some of the stuff in here. I'm probably going to start doing some of the rotation deformers. Like, for example, the Subi's tail here is going to be using rotational deformers. And, of course, the tail for the model also requires those rotation deformers. I'm probably going to apply some rotation and deformers on some of the joints. Like here, here, and here. You know, with the shoulder. So, yeah. That is kind of like all I really have in store for today. That is just all I wanted to do. Really. So, yeah. I think I'll be... So tomorrow is going to be Cinderella Phenomenon. Hopefully we'll be able to complete that and then go on to another game for Ultimate Fridays. But, yeah. It's kind of like what I'm gonna do. I'm probably going to try and start doing my schedule for next week tonight. But, yeah. It's kind of like what I am going to be doing. And like, between now and next stream. So, yeah. I'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. For those who use the 24-hour clock, that is 1300. And yeah. I am going to work on this later tonight. And I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. Bye, y'all!